Okay, let's get things started then. First of all, I have not streamed since March, so I'm probably going to be incredibly rusty. I'm going to continue doing the Gran Turismo 1 playthrough, more of a laid back stream. Originally, a couple of days ago, I planned to stream GT7, maybe do a bit of daily races, maybe do a bit of the money grinding stuff. Um, but unfortunately, my wheel just decided to completely give up the ghost. So that was great fun. Luckily, I've got everything on order, and hopefully that'll arrive soon enough that I can go ahead and get back streaming GT7 and such. So it was all a change of plans for yesterday, and then I had a bunch of technical issues and basically had to put it back to today. So again, apologies if I'm a bit rusty with the streaming stuff. It's been a while. Apologies for the technical issues. And again, it's just going to be a bit more of a laid back stream, just playing the good old Gran Turismo 1. Don't be surprised if the game does freeze when we first go in it. I might have to kind of, transition to the be right back slide and load up the game just quickly again to unfreeze it. So apologies there if that happens. It pretty much happens every single time I go live on this game. But yeah, hopefully we can just chill, sit back, chat together and just, have a good time for a few hours. Okay, so as mentioned, again, the game likes to freeze up. Hopefully that does fix it. I'm just double checking on my end that it is all moving for you guys, which it is. So we can go ahead and continue on. So yeah, obviously no mic for that bit, just quick switch over. Should all be working now. Hopefully no more freezers, because there's nothing worse than trying to go live and everything freezes up. Now, admittedly, I have not touched Gran Turismo 1 since my last live stream, so I cannot even remember where we're at. I'm pretty sure we were trying to get the FTO, so if anybody has played Gran Turismo 1 recently or remembers it much better than I do, if you remember where that car is, the FTO race car, let me know, because I'll probably try and go ahead and get that done. But let's just see where we got to. So we've got the GT World Cup. Special events, I think we did a few of those. We obviously have the 300 kilometers of Grand Valley. It's a shame they never brought that back for GT7. But we have a fair few events to do. The US versus Japan Cup. Is that the one where it's from? Yeah, see, is there multiple rewards for that one? Because we did that one and we didn't get it. I think we got a Dodge Viper for that. Let's just see what events we've got here. Special Stage Route 11, perhaps my most hated track in Gran Turismo history. I really don't like that thing. We've got some decent races there. Let's just crack on with some of the special events. What four-wheel drive cars do we have? Oh yeah, I forgot you can't select it from there. Oh, so yeah, it's a multiple reward one. Yeah, so we got the Viper GTSR last time. I mean, again, I think it was like 4 months ago. Long, long time ago. We do have the Impreza here. Could be useful for the four-wheel drive cup if we can tune it up. Okay, let's just chuck a bunch of racing parts on this. Credits aren't an issue because we can go ahead and yep, it'd be great if I remembered how to play this game. We can just go ahead and get more credits if we need to. Okay, yeah, that's the back button on this one. We're just going to throw everything we can on this thing. Okay, we've just been in there. Transmission. I have a feeling this might be one of the cars that doesn't have racing modifications. It might be why I've just kind of left it in there. Yeah, I think everybody's a sucker for nostalgia. Did we just buy that? Yeah. Turbo kit. 465 brake horsepower. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Intercooler, racing. Okay, I don't think there's going to be tyre wear in that four-wheel drive one. So we'll throw some soft tyres on. Weight reduction. I think you have to do it in stages if I remember. And then let's see if this one, yeah, it does have the racing mod. So of course it's going to be blue. Okay, four-wheel drive cars, let's go ahead. And this will probably be where it tells me I can't. By the look of it, it is working though, so we're all good there. Okay, let's have a look at the cars that we're against. GTO, R33, Pulsar, Legacy. Yeah, okay, we've easily got the best car here by a mile, so let's start qualifying. If you want me to balance the audio, just let me know. So we're just going to do quick qualifying. Hopefully I balance the audio out properly. Yeah, that's good. Straight away, I forgot to actually tune the car. Yeah, there is a chance it has froze the screen, so let me just quickly sort that. Okay, 1 second. Just pop the slide up. Okay, hopefully that solves it. Let's just check it's all moving about. Yeah, okay, we're back. How do you tune cars in this game again? Can we do it before we even go in? I just remember the menus being absolutely horrific. Yeah, it's the very first one where it all began. So it's a bit more on the limited side. Obviously, we're going to try, and there we go, car settings. We are going to try and get through every single one of them. Okay, I'm not too worried about any of that. Mainly just the gear ratios. So, God, it's prehistoric. Let's see what all this does. Okay, which way is that actually taking it? Wait, does it really move that slow? Is there no way to speed that up? Okay, all the menus move incredibly slow. Is there no way to just sort of... Wait, turbo boost is a thing. That's great. So that's basically just like a limiter then. Okay, first gear. Is that going to go backwards or forwards there? Is it reversed or not? I'm trying to watch it on that bar. Okay, so I'm assuming it's going to go upwards. Is it moving there at all? The M6 Endurance. Yeah, do you know what? It's a weird car. Never been a huge fan of it, personally. Don't get me wrong, it's incredibly quick under BOP. I cannot tell if that's moving whatsoever. Let's see if that one moves. Okay, that looks like it just shifted a bit more towards top speed. Okay, so let's see if that stretches it out towards the 300 range over there. It's looking like it is moving them. It's just such an ancient tuning menu that it's not really as real time as the others. Okay, that's going to take forever. Okay, let me just move that back. That gear looks way off now. Okay, let's move all that way. All being well, it should all just shift across and okay, let's just give that a try. Still got 500 brake. Right, let's just start the qualifying. If it all goes wrong there, then is what it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, right. Okay, that does not want to move whatsoever. Yeah, that's going to get incredibly frustrating. Definitely rowdy on the mediums. I can imagine. It's I don't know if it's just me, but the M6 always feels like a really, really heavy car. Can we just tune in the garage here? I wonder if that's a thing. No. No, we can't. Okay. So we're going to have to enter the event to be able to do it. Unless you can do it in machine test. Yeah, the M6 for me, it's a weird car. Like, I know it's quick. I know it's like one of the better cars in the game, but yeah, only in the pre-race menu. I gathered that. It's so frustrating. It's a typical Gran Turismo thing of you're going to have to go through a million different different menus to get where you want to be. You see, that first gear now feels too long. So let's see if it moves that way. It's got to be a quicker way, surely. Okay, so what I'm going to do then, if we can change the parts, change parts. Because I don't fancy sitting there forever. We'll keep it on the normal gearbox and see if it actually moves there. Oh dear. Alright, let's see if we can actually get the car moving. Because there's no way I'm sitting there for like half an hour just moving a line. No. So yeah, just let me know if the audio's alright or not. I've got a feeling the gears, it's going to run out of gears here. And I'm going to be incredibly rusty at this game now. Okay, one thing that always gets me about Gran Turismo 1 is just how strange the handling feels, even compared to 2. I mean, obviously, compared to a modern standard, like, it's never going to be great in terms of the handling physics and such, like, not these days. But Gran Turismo 1 always just felt a bit off. Like, it made sense that it was going to get improved throughout every other game. And for me, it's probably the reason it's one of my least played Gran Turismos. Definitely my most played 2 and 4. But yeah, if the audio needs adjusting, just let me know. So it looks like this car is going to be incredibly slow off the line. But we can probably make do with that. It doesn't look horrible as an emulator. Yes, absolutely. If you try and play the game... Okay, 11 seconds up. Fair enough, it doesn't matter how slow this thing's going to take off. Yeah, if you try and play it on a PS1, admittedly, it looks really bad. Especially on modern hardware. I don't know if you've ever tried to play like older games on 4K TVs or 4K monitors and such. It ends up looking like that. Like really just awful, jaggy, just a mess. So yeah, for me personally, I'd much rather emulate than obviously try and do it all for a PS1. Eventually the revs are going to pick up. As for the goal that we've set, I know it says, oh, so-and-so for a stream tomorrow. Just ignore that, by the way. Honestly, just couldn't think of anything. I've got a bunch of other stuff planned at the minute as a way to celebrate for other things. So, again, it was just more just to fill the box than actually make sense. I will be streaming tomorrow, all being well. And then hopefully when everything else arrives, such as the new wheel and that, then I can go ahead and go back to streaming a bit of GT7 every now and then. It was incredibly frustrating. A couple of days ago, I thought, okay, we're going to do a GT7 stream. I've not done one in probably about 2.5 years. I went to get everything set up, and for some reason my entire wheel was just dead. And at that, it was my spare one. So my wheel went kaput about a month ago, and I've been using my backup, and then that's decided to just completely go. So that was great fun, really fun. There's nothing more annoying. And then I thought, okay, well, I'll go back and do a Gran Turismo 1. Am I aware of the new Project A-Spec update? Absolutely. I love GT2 A-Spec. But yeah, that was just frustrating. And then I was going to stream GT1 yesterday. Went to get everything set up and just ran into just a bunch of issues, which was just really annoying. So I had to put a pause to it yesterday. Thought, okay, we'll do it today. The game needs more crossovers. Yes, it does. No, of course it doesn't. Yeah, so running on a PS5 controller on Gran Turismo 1 feels a little bit odd, especially if you've played any like PS5 game, racing game with a controller. Obviously you get the whole haptic feedback stuff, and when that's not on, it just feels so incredibly odd. Obviously you controller guys that mainly use controllers and such will probably know there's nothing worse than not having that feedback, which is surprising. I mean, start qualifying. We'll enter it and then we'll just skip it. I mean, they shouldn't have them, full stop. Not over a bunch of other cars. For me personally, there's too many cars that are missing or worthy of being in game that aren't in game over things like that. Like, don't get me wrong, the Urus kind of makes sense. I know a lot of you guys were kind of asking for it before it arrived, so it made sense that they'd bring that. I just never thought it'd get to the point where a Nissan Qashqai or the Honda CR-V was a car that was being added. Don't get me wrong, I get Gran Turismo is all about the weird and wacky cars, but those kind of vehicles are just ugh. Okay, definitely weird feeling. Hello, hello. Do you know, if I had to think about the kind of feeling that Gran Turismo 1 handling gives me, it's almost like the Red Bull constantly. Like every car is just so twitchy and like they react so fast. There's almost like no weight to them, or at least when the weight kicks in, it's sort of as you're already about to go around. It's so weird. Like I can't knock it. I mean, it was 1997, sort of the first of its kind, and obviously it was the beginning of an absolute behemoth when it came to the racing genre. But what a strange handling model. And as you can see, that's the normal transmission topping out there. Should be able to hold on to that. Ah, lovely. Was most exposure to the series. For me, Gran Turismo 2 was the first one I ever played. In fact, it was the first game I ever owned, which was just kind of weird. Like, obviously this channel being mainly focused on Gran Turismo, you know, I kind of came full circle. Started off with Gran Turismo 2, went back to Gran Turismo 1, beat that, and then went back to Gran Turismo 2 obsessively. Admittedly, Gran Turismo 2 really kind of kickstart my obsession with cars, motorsports, all that good stuff. What time is it over there? About like 5:30 PM, something like that. I'm a bit earlier streaming today. So today, tomorrow, I'll probably stream, you know, continue the Gran Turismo 1 playthrough, and then hopefully next week, if I get some time, I'm going to get some Gran Turismo 7 stuff streamed. I have a lot of funny ideas for those that I feel like would work better as a stream rather than separate videos. Gran Turismo PSP. See, I feel a lot of people really forget that's a thing, which is a shame because I loved it. You know, Gran Turismo on a PSP. I feel like it really started the whole car collection thing, though. And they've sort of just ran with it, especially in Gran Turismo 7, where it feels more like a car collector than an actual, you know, driving game. Yeah, I'll be streaming same time tomorrow, all being well. So yeah, it should be about 5 PM start, probably about 9 o'clock finish, something like that. I usually like to stream where I've got a good few hours spare, just to, you know, kind of pile in, and hopefully if we make enough progress tonight, we can go ahead and start doing some of the more endurance races, mainly Grand Valley 300 tomorrow. So, yeah, just a bit more of a laid-back stream. They need the Gen 1 CRV. I agree, because I'm a massive Honda fanboy, but at the same time, there's much bigger car issues with Gran Turismo currently than, you know, things like the CRV, you know, stuff like that. I mean, I think most people realise it's never going to be, well, at least at present, isn't going to be on the level of, okay, that Evo absolutely shot round the outside. So it's never really going to be on the car level of like Gran Turismo 5, 6. I mean, anytime soon. I don't even think when GT8's all said and done, we'll be anywhere near that car number. Things are much more technical, they take longer, and being straight up, Gran Turismo 5 and 6, whilst the car numbers were massive, it was full of duplicates, and a lot of the cars were GT4 ports when, you know, games were much easier to make. They were PS2 models ported over to the PS3, you know, for 5 and 6, so Yeah, a lot of these kind of littler cars that Gran Turismo is known for, I'd love to see, but I think the main thing at the minute is they really need to kind of up their game to not fall behind everything else when it comes to some of the more bigger car releases, you know, especially in the racing, you know, racing classes. They're incredibly outdated. Which is why people get so frustrated when they see, you know, things like a Nissan Qashqai being added, but then, you know, you're running around in a 10-year-old Group 3 car. It just doesn't make much sense, especially with the whole World Series promotion thing. It's so strange. Crazy CFO we've come, absolutely. I mean, admittedly, this is sort of being put out, you know, at 4K, so I'm emulating it at 4K. So it didn't look this good back then. It'd probably look a lot worse. So yeah, I mean, it is pretty crazy to see where we've kind of come from in the beginning. I don't think we'd. See, it's funny you said about that. Couldn't find a Gen 1 CRV. There was one for sale, local to me, a few months back, and I did look at it, but nah, I'm not touching that. I'm not purchasing the car. That'll probably need a lot more work, and I'll probably never ever finish if I bought it as a project car. So we're done with that one. That is the first championship of the night ticked off. Ooh, we got a new car. Probably not going to be that good, but it's a Honda. I own a Honda, trust me. My Honda spent more time in the garage over the last 3 years than it has been driven. But unfortunately, I got incredibly ripped off. Okay, there we go. We got the SVX. Cool. A strange car. I've always found those so weird. Yeah, so I own a Honda and spent more time in the garage. Is rust prevalent? On older cars, yeah. Not so much really anything from about 2005 onwards. You find that, obviously being in the UK, the wet weather just absolutely rotted, you know, your kind of 80s and 90s cars. And then we had the whole scrappage scheme in like 2010. So a lot of those cars were just scrapped off. So there's a lot less of them than there realistically would have been. Okay, so we've got all of that page ticked off for the special events. We've got mega speed, normal and tuned. What's in this one? Autumn rings. I swear, Gran Turismo 1 ends every championship with Route 11. And I absolutely cannot stand it. I get it's a lot more limited in terms of tracks, but I've never been a fan of that track. Never. Okay. I might do that one. I'm assuming there's going to be no limit or anything. What tuned vehicles do we have? Del Sol. See, that's another little Honda that I'd love to see. Especially if they brought back something like the LM edition. But, you know, I guess that's not a thing now. Mainly due to, I'm assuming, licensing restrictions. They used to get away with it incredibly well. So something like the Chaser LM edition, it wouldn't be official, but it'd be close to looking like something that was out there. So anyway, tuned vehicles. I guess we could just use a Supra again, but I don't think that'll be quick enough. Would it? We could try. Let's jump back in. Okay, no racing mods, obviously. Okay. Do we have any modifications on that one? Nope. Now, see, when it comes to the LM and the RM cars, the racing mods in Gran Turismo 1 and 2, they're not official. They just look very, very close to the real thing. And I just don't think these days they'd be able to get away with that. Okay, that's racing modded. No, I don't think that'll have enough power. I might just go for the RT. Put some modifications through that. Yeah, I mean, myself included for the longest time, I always thought the LM and RM cars were like the official like race cars back in the day. And then as I kind of grew older, I realised, hold on a minute, it's not quite right. So things such as like the BTCC cars in Gran Turismo 2 mainly, it looks incredibly close to obviously what we used to see, you know, back on the TV and stuff back then. But it's not the real thing, if that makes sense. There was really kind of like on the edge of, I guess, you know, licensing and stuff. But I think it's a lot more strict these days. So I'm assuming if we just put a few extra parts through this Viper, it should be enough. What tyres can we use? Okay, we're going to keep it on the street tyres. Let me just see if this ends up being enough power. Oh, okay, obviously. So frustrating, these menus. One wrong click and it's going to be out. So NA2 and stage 2, that's not a thing. 547. That'll be enough, surely. It probably won't be. I'm just hoping that I don't have to burn all my credits. Okay, that's entered. K24 swapping the EG. Yeah, it's... A lot of cars are limited when you put engine swaps in them, just purely by the gears, and it's incredibly frustrating. It's even worse on a lot of the American muscle cars in GT7. What do I think of drivetrain mods? It should be a thing. You know, if we had drivetrain mods and transmission mods, a lot of these hybrid vehicles that they keep chucking in wouldn't be an issue, because we'd be able to obviously take out the transmission, give it an engine swap if it, you know, hopefully had one. I think it should be a thing for every single car. You know, Forza does it. That's a thing on those games, that you can drivetrain swap, gearbox swap, everything. So in that way, I wish Gran Turismo wasn't as limited. But obviously, it's a thing that we've never really seen before, so who knows where they'll take it next. Let's just take a look at this entry list. Okay, we have plenty of power. That R32 Nismo is going to be a problem, though, I have a feeling. Let's just see where we're at on a qualifying lap. I mean, the thing with drivetrain swaps, you see them all the time, you know, in sort of like, you know, cartooning culture and such. So an all-wheel drive Civic, it's a thing. People do it. This handles like a boat. So yeah, absolutely make it a thing, you know. It'd also kind of give a lot of cars more of an ability to be usable vehicles. I think obviously if we look at Gran Turismo 7, a lot of the cars feel incredibly limited. Right. I'll be interested to see where that time's at in comparison to the rest of the field. Dead last by 5 seconds. Back to the drawing board with the Viper then. It looks like we are going to have to spend some more credits. Didn't want to, but we're going to have to. We don't stand a chance at 5 seconds back. Loading times feel like forever, even though they're sped up on an emulator, but... Okay, tuning the car. Let's see what else we can put through it. So we can't race and modify it. Can we remove some of the weight, though? Even if it's just a bit. I don't think you can turbo the Viper. Nope. Transmission, I'm not too... I mean, it has quite nice long gears. So I'm not too worried about that. Let's just put a bit more power through it. And then put it on some better semi-racing tyres. Let's put it on soft. Yeah, I mean, having limited engine swaps as well. It'd be nice to have more to choose from. Obviously, most cars don't have an engine swap. Some have one, some have two and such. Just having sort of a set limit for specific cars. So 2J, RB26, stuff like that. It would have been cool, but again, it's something that they've never tried. So in that sense, I'm grateful to have it rather than not have it. But I definitely think if they're going to go down the route of Gran Turismo 8 being a proper Gran Turismo game, then take some of the stuff they've learnt from GT7, take some of the stuff that worked previously, and just kind of, combine it into one package. See it as a modern day Gran Turismo 4 with the engine swaps, with the customization and such, would be the perfect Gran Turismo game. Obviously, keep the sport mode stuff in for online and obviously ranked racing and such. Keep the World Series stuff with updated cars. Have the career mode the length of like Gran Turismo 2, Gran Turismo 4, 5. Bring back the endurance races and stuff like that. And just make it the ultimate Gran Turismo on, modern day hardware. Yeah, it does need an engine swap, definitely. I mean, it's too limited by being a 1.2. One thing I did forget to do was bring some water with me, and my mouth is so dry. So I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, go and get some water, and then I'll be back to the stream. Let's see if this freezes again. 1 second. I'll wait till it comes through my end and then I'll know. Yeah, I completely forgot to just bring some water up with me or something. And living in the UK, we have houses that purposely try and trap heat in. And the heat wave that we had, what, a month ago or so, I swear all that heat is still stuck in the house. It's just horrific. It's just muggy. Absolutely. EG Civic, just my outright favourite. Not even going to deny that. So just see if that moves a second. Doesn't look like it wants to. So I've got a feeling that's probably froze. Okay, yeah, it definitely has. Okay, 1 second. Let's just quickly transition this. Okay. It should be working now. Just double check that's moving. I have to wait for it to come through on my side, which is so annoying. What cars do I have or like in real life? Me, I'm a massive JDM guy. Always have been, always will be. So I've always owned Japanese cars. Again, I kind of blame Gran Turismo for that. So at the minute, I own a Type R Civic. In the past, I've owned all sorts and everything Japanese you can think of. And I have a feeling this is froze again, which is just so annoying. 1 second. Let's see if I can get that fixed. Did it freeze or not? Hopefully that moves. So yeah, massive JDM fan, always have been. Grew up around Japanese cars. Always thought they were cool, so there's that. So it's definitely froze again, which is so annoying. So 1 second, let's just pause that. Hopefully it'll all come back now. Okay, I've made this even worse. This car's awful. Okay, 1 second. Just double check that's moving. Okay, it is, but as soon as I close that, I've got a feeling it's not going to want to move again. What year's my Civic? 2000... what one have I got in a minute? 2007. So FN2. Let's see if that decides to unfreeze itself, because if not, okay, there we go. I mean, for me personally, I've never been a fan of, you know, Type R's in terms of Civics, really, since they stopped being naturally aspirated. I think that was kind of the whole thing, was, you know, the whole naturally aspirated Civic sort of deal, high revving VTEC. That's just kind of what made them so good back in the day. But really, I bought the FN2 for sort of a cheap runabout and something that can be decent day to day. I looked at an EP3, but I just didn't gel with it. I know a lot of people go crazy for sort of the bread van design and stuff like that, but it just wasn't my thing, and I needed something just a bit, at least what felt bigger. And then I sort of just gave the FN2 a go, and it felt much better for, you know, daily use. Brings a tear to your eyes. Yeah. That's nostalgia. Bread van. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but the EP3 was just never your typical sort of hot hatch. It, you know, had that bread van design to it. I don't know what they call it overseas in terms of that styling. But over here, it's always been kind of known as the bread van one. You never spun out. That's kind of true until you turn everything off, and then it's the complete opposite. Or you catch the grass. Trial Mountain, that final part of Trial Mountain, notorious for spinning out. Definitely not having the best time in the Viper here. I feel like we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board with this one. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to give that another shot. Seventh Gen Accord. See, that's a car that we don't really see. What car brand do I think we'll get this month? Couldn't tell you. Honestly, the yeah, dash shifter on the EP3. Okay, let's see if we can just find a way to add a bit more. Can we put racing tyres on? It's not really going to make much of a difference at somewhere like High Speed Ring, which is annoying. What if we upgrade the suspension? For sports. Pop the last weight reduction on. Okay, we're burning credits fast, so we're going to need to hope that this does something. I think we put the majority of these on. Okay. Let's try semi-racing. Put that as semi-racing again. Squeeze some more power there. Oh no, we've already purchased it. See, I can't remember if racing tyres will make it be classed as a race car in this game. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, so we'll just give it a shot. Where were we? Tuned car. Yeah, let's hope. Yeah, the Gen 1 Viper. Crazy things. Okay, that's much better off the line now. So I think, what was the pull time last time? Like a 57, 58? Something around that mark. But this game is notorious for rubber banding. Like really badly rubber banding. I mean, obviously these days not so much. I'm pretty sure there's no rubber banding in GT7 whatsoever. Unless you're in a custom race and you have it kind of set that way. Yeah. Well, who needs brakes? Hello, Lincoln. Hello. Okay, that was much better. Fair enough. Right, we fixed it. Hopefully that's enough just to get it through. Yeah, first place. Nice. Okay, let's start this race. Death Trap car. Yeah, absolutely. It's no Ford Pinto, though. That thing was notorious for being quite literally a death trap. I'm trying to think of other cars that are an absolute death trap. If you're in the UK and you know what a Vauxhall Zafira is, I remember at one point there was a whole thing in the news about those things setting fire. They are the most hideous people carrier you can think of, and they were just blowing up and setting fire. So that was a thing. I mean, that was many years ago now. Okay, the Viper's actually doing what we want it to do. I mean, it's nearly cost us all our credits, but it is what it is. We'll just carry on. Yeah, I can't really think of any other cars that were just that bad for just kind of bursting into flames. Like there was the Pinto. I know over here we had the Vauxhall Zafira. I'm pretty sure it was that, the People Carrier one. I just remember seeing a lot on that. GR Corolla. Does it? What, the newest model? I mean, we don't get them over here. Not the proper full GR model. I don't think we do anyway. Last I checked, we get the Yaris. That's another one that's weirdly enough, for what it is, would be an absolute dream car. I love that thing. I just think it looks so good. Kias and Hyundais. See, they're weird. I remember, like when I was younger, and like Kias and Hyundais were like the ugliest things going, and then all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, the kind of 2010s onwards, all of a sudden they were everywhere, and they actually felt like they were more than just a rusty, you know, box of a vehicle. But I mean, if they set fire, then fair enough. I'm not a huge fan, I mean, of the designs personally. I think, I mean, probably sounds like blasphemy, but I actually like the designs that they're doing for their EVs more than their, you know, more normal car designs. I just think they're doing a lot more different, weird kind of designs for their electric vehicles than they are sort of their more typical stuff. Which is really annoying because for me personally, I don't like EVs. I don't think I'd ever own one. I think that the moment I get forced to drive an electric vehicle in day to day would be the time that I just give up driving altogether. European cars became worse. I sort of agree. I think design wise they've got even more boring, or they've just got bigger and uglier. I think car manufacturers these days are just going for bigger, uglier versions of cars they've already made for the last 20, 30, 40 odd years, really. Which is a shame. So, nice easy win there. Eventually. Bonus credit. Okay, these are the ones that pay out quite decent. Where the customer's car burned down. Nice. Well, that's me not buying one of those. I don't think we can get them over here. I'm pretty sure we can't get the full GR Corolla. Like I said, we can get the Aris. A Nissan Altima. See, that's a car, again, we don't get it over here. So I don't really know what the equivalent would be. But from what I've seen of the Altima, it sounds weird, but I really like those kind of like late 80s, you know, to like early 2000s kind of Japanese vehicles that you got out in sort of the United States and stuff like that, that we didn't get here. Typically boxy, admittedly, a lot of them were absolutely hideous. Kind of back then. Obviously, they've got much better looking these days. But I'm a sucker for absolute awful cars that most people probably wouldn't look twice at. You know, I think it's the kind of novelty. So, original Grand Valley. And, okay, we're just war riding there. Okay, we are going to spin it. No, we're not. We've caught that. Okay, that's a lot of power. To be honest, they've done a good job of actually, you know, back in 1997, making it feel like you are actually wheel spinning, which is what we're doing in pretty much all of the low gears. Okay, I'm not quite sure what car that was, but I just saw it go airborne. I mean, I'm the kind of guy that I'll appreciate any car, you know, no matter what. Even the most hideous of vehicles will probably have something good about them. Okay, it was R383 GTR that went airborne there. Okay, we're losing a ton of time here. Have they just upgraded the car since race 1? We're going to have to use some blocking tactics here. Average Evo drivers. Oh no, we're actually spinning that around. Okay. The GTR caught us there. Nice one. Yeah, I mean, it's typical Evo drivers. They just, you know, they can jump those Evos without even needing a jump or a ramp or anything like that. Just part of the car. That is one car brand that's really dropped off a cliff. You don't even really see them now. Mitsubishi. They killed off the Evo and then... Okay, that felt awful under the brakes. They killed off the Evo and then I don't think they've made anything good since. Like the Eclipse. I heard that came back, but it's a crossover now, from what I can gather. Why? Why are they doing this? It's the same with Ford as well. They're awful for it. They brought back the Capri, and it's a crossover, or whatever it is. Yeah, I think everybody misses the Evo. I'd love to own an Evo. Yeah, Mitsubishi just gave up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Appreciate that, appreciate that. Okay, this car does not like that corner whatsoever. Okay, now we are just caught on the barrier. Well, we're making progress and we've just bottled it again, but if I can get P2, P3 in this one, I'll be rather quite happy. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near P1. I think that car's just disappeared. Really is weird having sort of no feedback whatsoever what the car's doing through the triggers of the DualSense. Like, there's vibration, but it's pretty much on off with the triggers. It's so weird. Didn't the Capri production stop? I thought they'd only just brought it back. Have they stopped already with that? As far as I know. I mean, obviously it stopped for years. And became a bit like of a, you know, cult classic out here in the UK. But I'm pretty sure they brought it back as a crossover only last year. Was the EP3 and the Integra sold at the same time? Yes. The ugly Integra. I mean, that sounds harsh, but it was nowhere near as nice as, you know, sort of the more well-known one. I know they ran them in touring cars over here for a while as well. It didn't hit the market. That's weird. Where I live locally, someone actually owns one. So, yeah, that's strange. Although it's on a private plate, so I can't even tell what model year it is. And they had a big advertisement campaign on the TV for it. Okay, right. I think P2 is probably too far up the road now. I don't think we're going to be able to get him on the final lap. I think we've got the GTR though, so that's something. Yeah, appreciate it, mate. So obviously plans for this series, it'll all be done by live stream when it comes to playing through the classics. Obviously up next we'd have Gran Turismo 2. So what I'm going to do with that game is play the original Gran Turismo 2 as it was, and then after that we're actually going to play GT2 A spec before going to GT3. So it'll be working a bit differently with that one. It won't just be kind of GT2 to then obviously the third title. Oh, I knew I'd messed that up before I even entered the corner. Okay, I really went into concentration mode until that little hiccup. I don't think we're going to be able to get him now. If we push too hard, we're just going to end up on two wheels and in the grass. I don't think we're going to have the acceleration out of here to be able to pull that one back in, but third position isn't too bad. We'll see where the points are at as we cross the line. But first place absolutely disappeared. I kind of want to know what car that is. Yeah, appreciate it, Corey. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Yeah, 60k. Yeah, I mean, it was just... I kind of looked at what's the nearest big number I could go for, with it being 60k. And it came around a lot quicker than I expected it to. Obviously, YouTube's been really up and down this year. So when I started kind of getting back into the swing of things again, I did not expect it to sort of come around that quick. So once we hit 60k, even if we do, obviously nothing's guaranteed, then, you know, we'll kind of move the target to 70k, 80, so on. But yeah, honestly, yeah, I do want to say that I appreciate every single one of you guys, especially for sort of the more inconsistent, you know, schedule I've had this year. Admittedly, it's been all over the place when it comes to YouTube, so appreciate all of you guys for obviously the support and stuff. Hopefully, you know, we can sort of get that momentum going again. Will I 100% the game as much as I can? Yeah, the only thing I won't do is go back and purposely get all gold licenses, because we'll be there all day. I did that a couple of years ago when I started the GT Rewind stuff, and getting all gold I think took something like 5 to 6 hours to do, and truthfully a stream of that would just be mind numbing. So I'll be 100% in all the events, getting through them all. Even the 24-hour ones a little later down the line. Okay, they were really slow moving out there. Is that a Supra? Hopefully it is, because I'm pretty sure that's the... Yeah, it is. That's the car that's leading the standings. We're just going to go for a bit of a war ride there. It's gone round, it's gone round. We bottled it. I have a feeling this Viper's not going to be the best bet for this champ. I think we might have to call it quits on this one and come back with something four-wheel drive. Racing green, yeah, it was. Strange colour on the Supra. Like, there's quite a lot of 1,000 brake horsepower Supras out there that are, you know, green. I always thought it was just a colour that didn't really go with the car, but that's just me. Is that a Mazda Demio? I can't quite tell, we're not close enough. Oh no, it's a Civic. We'll just get him out the way. Yeah, I think we've bottled this one. I think we're going to have to come back to it. We need to get some more credits up. Hello, Panos. Yeah, build the SVX. Trouble is, I think I'm out of credits. Well, pretty much. Come back with my own Supra. I mean, I could, yeah. I definitely feel like something... no, the Evos are pretty low power output compared, I think, in this game. So the Viper's great for round 1. Not so much for the rest of it. Although I do have a bit of another plan. So we're just going to quit out of that one because there's no way we're going to win that championship. If I haven't just froze the game there. I've got a feeling I have. Okay, we're back. Right. One last try. We're going to get in that. We're going to go over to Supra. We're going to go transmission. And we're going to go and put a semi-racing in. If this doesn't work, then we might have to go for the Supra. No, it's racing modified. I forgot about that. Obviously. So no, we're going to come back to that one later. Let's see what else we have available to us. I'm not quite sure what cars are going to be. Let's just dive in first to see what's going to be racing. And then we can get an idea of where we're at. Yeah, I'm not having a bad day. How's your day been, mate? It's 2 GC power, yeah. Yeah. So let's see what's racing in the Impreza Rally, Castrol Supra. Race cars. Okay, I think we have a car for that. Exit out of that. Let's have a look at these top fans then. So, which one of these is probably going to be up to scratch? I mean, that Viper's got a lot of horsepower. I think that would probably easily do the job. Chaser, 655. Could be a good pick. What's the RX-7 like? 570. See, I don't think the RX-7 is going to necessarily have the power. I think the GTSR might be the best pick. So we're going to jump in that. Jump in to GT League. Oh, sorry, GT World. Let's just check. 6 rounds. Let's go. Let's see how we can do. Yeah, I just want to say appreciate it to all the top fans in the chat right now. Massive appreciation to all the recent subs, donations, all that good stuff. Just going to say it now. Thank you. It is appreciated. So let's start qualifying. Yeah, that's true. Right, let's see where that puts it. Second, the Impreza. Okay, I don't know if that's just the sort of rubber banding going on, but we'll see in the race. We'll see. That Impreza is probably going to be incredibly quick off the line. Okay. All right, let's see how this one goes then. So I'm thinking of ways to celebrate when I get to 60k. I mean, I've got a few ideas, but if any of you guys have got any, ideas you want, okay, the GTO absolutely flying there. If you guys have any ideas that you want me to do for a 60k special, feel free, pop them in the comments. I'll take a look at them after this race. Okay, they've definitely got the advantage on the start and through these tight and twisty sections, but I'm thinking we can probably get them in on the main straight now we've got going. Acceleration wise, that Supra is incredibly fast. Looks a bit unstable though. Let's see if the Viper does have the top speed. No, that Supra is so quick. The Impreza not so much, so that's dropping off there. Oh, I could have felt that one coming. Okay, so I apologise in advance if I'm just a little bit quiet. I'm just trying to chase down this Supra, try and get a win early on. That car's going to be a problem, that's for sure. Yeah, typical GT500 Supra. Absolutely. But yeah, like I said, if... Okay, the car likes to move away there. Okay, we're all over the place now. If you do have any ideas that you want to put forward for like a 60k sub special, let me know. And I'll have a proper read of them all at the end of this lap. I don't think we're going to get that Supra now. Even grass cutting didn't work there. That thing's gone. It's far too quick out of the corners. Okay, the Supra takes it. So, let's see. Gran Turismo Marathon. Yeah, I mean, it could work. I'm doing something like a 24-hour stream. I'd probably fall asleep, but... that'd be a proper marathon, wouldn't it? Okay, P2. I mean, that thing is just so fast. Like, unbelievably quick. Where are we now? Try mine. Let's see if we can pull anything back with a qualifying here. Diabolical. Well, I guess, but why not? You know, it's a big milestone. Do I like the Accord Type art? Yes. Yes, I do. $200 laps of the 24-hour in the Fiat 500. I mean, does that thing even manage to complete a lap there? Like that, I'm curious about. GT4 stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm saving GT4 till I get round to it. So I don't want to kind of jump forward and then jump back. But I will be streaming GT4 eventually. And obviously I'll do the same as I do with Gran Turismo 2. So we'll play through the standard version, and then obviously we'll play through the modded version. Or Spec 2. Yeah, I couldn't remember if the default one like kind of stopped on some of the inclines. Okay, we took pole by 2 seconds there. Not bad. So, we're going to be on pole for that. We're going to take some bonus credits. So that's going to be decent enough. The Honda Fit or Jazz is the best car ever. I actually owned one of those. Well, I say owned. I got given it for free. Years and years ago. Someone just said, look, do you want it? Because I don't want it. And I needed the car at the time. And they said, look, just, you know, you take this, drive it. And it was surprisingly good for just absolutely, you know, driving about any kind of town and place to the ragged edge. It was slow. It wasn't a great car overall, but, you know, just being able to floor it everywhere was hilarious. GTPSP. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, but again, that's just kind of jumping forward. I think if anything, it'd be something to do with GT7. So, I have got a few, you know, a few things that I would kind of put forward, but I'm kind of on the fence doing them. But I'm just gonna quickly, you know, take 5-10 minutes, get myself a quick coffee and stuff, and then we will be back and we'll carry on with this championship and see if we can go ahead and get it beat. So I'll be back in probably about 5-10 minutes. Just take a quick break because it's just so hot in this room, even with like windows and stuff like that open. It's just, yeah, typical UK home, humid. So yeah, back in about 10 minutes or so. Alright, we're back. Got a feeling it's probably frozen again, but is what it is. So let's just catch up with the comments then. I'm much more lively when you talk to me. That's true. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't say I start raging. Yeah, there's always a voice chat. We're just wary of who we let in. Like, some people are just, I don't know, frustrating. We've kind of had like the same group of guys in the voice chat for years. So let's just test that, see if that's froze. Probably has. I don't like crybabies. Yeah, that's kind of true. People that just whine all the time. It just gets grating. You know, it just kind of is what it is. So as of froze, that's something. But yeah, I mean, next time you're in, we'll add you to the voice chat. So that shouldn't be a problem. Almost 3 years. Yeah, I mean, it has been 3 years next month. Funnily enough, that's a long time. It's a long time to host a league. Okay, I don't want to curse it, but that Supra's not looking as quick round here. Probably shouldn't have said that, but is what it is. Hello, Jody. Don't crash. So that's all we do. That's all we do. Okay, the Supra's not bothering us, and the Subaru's gone, so. Probably going to get an easy win at this one. Get them points back. That's fake. Right, there's a couple more corners to survive and we've got that one. Oof, okay, just. But yeah, fair enough. That's P1. Should put us top of the table as well, because I think the Supra came P3, so... There you go, 2-point lead. Not bad. Not bad. Cut the chicane, absolutely. It's the best way. It's a shame they changed that layout, but I feel like it'd be way too short these days. Okay, are we going to... I think we'll probably skip qualifying. Yeah, okay, I think we'll be fine there. Famous last words, but I think we'll survive that one. From the back. Bye, Jody. Bye-bye. Okay, they're gone. Easy pickings there, I guess. The Subaru incredibly... Okay, it's just... No idea what went on there with the Subaru. The Supra went flying, literally. It's just... It's still crashing. It's magic how the Gran Turismo AI managed to catch that. That's impressive. Because if I did that, I'd be definitely facing the other way around. Oh, got caught on the grass there. Told you, famous last words. Let's see if we can just get this thing going again. Yeah, just a bit. Okay, let's see if we can just... I mean, I'm confident we'll get at least, what, P4? By the look of it, the Supra's not gonna win. Hopefully it doesn't. There we are. That's one. P4 should come easy enough. Ah, no, okay, it's not. That awful bump into, you know, turn one there throws every single car off. It's the reason I don't like the license test with the Mazda there in Gran Turismo 1. Okay, we're all getting on two wheels here. No, unfortunately, mate, we can't park there. I did think about it, you know, just park the car up and just leave it. So it's going to be advantage Supra again. Hopefully we can reduce the amount of points we're about to lose here. But the Subaru's not looking too quick either, so we might be able to get it up into third. By the look of it, I've just seen the Supra there in the distance, so that's sitting in P2. May be able to get another position gained here on the final lap against the Subaru. I've just got a feeling whilst it's a little bit slower, certainly more stable. And obviously corner exit, that thing is going to be much quicker. But a podium recovery here would be nice. So there we go. I wonder if we can actually get the Supra. I don't think we can. Oh, nice hit in the rear there by the Subaru. Be interesting to see if we can possibly get a jump on the Supra. I don't think we can. I think it's going to be far too quick into this next section where the Viper just feels a little bit off. Let's see if we can make anything happen out the corner. I think the Supra's probably going to have better top speed. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. I think the Supra's just got the legs on us there. Almost, but we did reduce the deficit, so yeah, that was crazy. That was a great race, you know. PS1 AI, who'd have thought? So we're level on points now. I cannot remember how many rounds there is. I'm assuming 6, I think. So we're just over halfway now. And it's level points. We need a few tracks that suit the Viper. And that would put us in a good position overall. Thank you very much, Pix. Thank you very much. I'm assuming that's how we pronounce it. Pix. Massive thank you for being a channel member as well. Massively appreciated. Really does. I mean, I know I say it at the end of every video, but it really does kind of, you know, help the channel out between uploads and such. So massively appreciated there, mate. Qualifying. So I feel like we're going to do this one. Yes, man. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, mate. Really appreciate the membership to the channel. So a few plans I did have for the 60k special, because I forgot my 50k. I'll admit that completely passed me by, and then by the time I remembered to do something for it, it was just long gone. So I'm going to try and, I guess, almost combine the two. So I don't know whether to do it as like maybe a Q&A. A lot of people always say, oh, do a face reveal, but see, I don't know. I don't know if like moving away from being a faceless channel would kind of do the opposite. So let's see where we've got in the qualifying time. So yeah, you know, once we hit 60k, I'll definitely do something to celebrate, combine the two. Car's off the pace there, so. Do I ever think we'll get an open world? No. Truthfully, no. I just don't think we'll. I just don't think they would. Take the Type R to a track day. Yeah, see, the Type R's my daily though. It's not really one that I'd want to throw around the track, but who knows? I might start a community project. You know, buy an absolute beater and see if we can go and throw it around a few track days. Obviously, that'd, you know, be dependent on the community and stuff like that. You know, as well as myself. But yeah, I feel like IRL content could be quite cool. I mean, I know I get a lot of things when it comes to streaming and, you know, stuff like that. People like putting a face to the channel name, but it's never really been me. Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, I tell you what, if you guys wanna donate, and we'll buy a second-hand community Nissan Qashqai, strip it out, track it down, and then go and crash it at a track. Why not? There you go. Great idea. Settled. We'll do that for 100k. It might take a few years, but we'll do it. I mean, yeah, as much as I don't like SUVs and crossovers, for me, the Nissan Qashqai is the worst one in terms of the UK. Mainly because it seemed to start the whole trend of, you know, SUVs and everything getting turned into an SUV. It was incredibly popular, you know, from about what, 2010 onwards. And now, obviously, you see those kind of vehicles everywhere. I wouldn't bang a race in a GT86. They can all see me on the World Series streams and they wouldn't even know. That's true. Believe it or not, I'm in... I am in the World Series stream, funnily enough, directly in front of you at the London one. And I'm also in one of Rory's videos as well. Yeah, but you wouldn't even know it's me. It was great. So if any of you did go to the World Series in London, I was there, and it was quite nice to be able to kind of pretty much just stay undercover, really. Yeah, it was weird. It was a weird experience. Huge thank you for that latest sub. But yeah, you are right. You're right, Jamie. Only because I can't pronounce the actual way you pronounce your name. You know, we all know that. But yeah, the World Series, yeah, that was hilarious. I've always found it quite funny that I can be seen on the stream multiple times, and yet I was able to just sort of, you know, do my own thing there. Would my voice match my face? Probably not. It never does. I think for anybody, really, is that the voice just doesn't match the face of anybody, at least what you expect. It kind of depends what you expect me to look like from hearing my voice. Probably not. I remember when I did the video about having to get tested for cancer and everything at the start of the year. Let me just quickly skip this qualifying. I know we're at Deep Forest, so we'll do that one. Yeah, when I did the video about having to get tested for cancer at the start of the year, and I said how old I was, a lot of people assumed I'd be much older than what I am, which was weird. I think, again, you sort of make up this thing of putting what that person must look like or how old they are when they don't put the face on it. And then people end up not thinking that person should look the way that they do. So, probably not. Typical UK person. Uh, yeah, probably. Yes and no. It depends what your class as a typical UK person, really. Because my idea of a typical UK person is probably completely different from what you expect a UK person to look or look like. Let's just do this qualifying. Yeah, I'll see you in the next stream, mate. You take care. Thank you for coming along. Appreciate it. Okay, so I think the Viper's losing most of its time off of the start line. So let's see where that puts us then. Last again, but it is much closer, so that fills me with hope. One thing I am definitely looking into doing as well is more sort of streaming from the morning. Yes, Deep Forest. So I'm looking at trying to change the stream times from sort of, you know, later my time to earlier my time. So, best case scenario here, the Supra stays exactly where it is, and we go on to win. But all of a sudden, in these later rounds, that GTR is just incredibly quick. We're just going to bounce off the Subaru there. So I have a feeling it's going to be an incredibly close fight between the Supra, my Viper, and that GTR going into the final race. But let's see if we can just try and just get a win here. I think we definitely need a win to keep our chances alive for the championship. But that GTR is so incredibly stable, and the Supra is so fast. Let's just stream the league races. I used to, but they were just a lot more kind of like crude back then. Like I didn't, you know, have any of the stuff that I do now, like equipment wise and stuff like that. So it's definitely something I'd be looking into. I just have to have the voice chat off and not be in the comms. And obviously part of the league racing for me is just getting, you know, getting the guys together, you know, doing a bit of racing, just having a laugh and stuff like that. So we did gain, okay, we've gapped the Supra and we did gain on the GTR a bit through that sector, but Viper definitely not as stable as that GTR, and I'm assuming it keeps its four-wheel drive. Oh. Okay, let's just, okay, I was hoping to block him then. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, something always does mess up when it comes to the league. Mainly people not turning up on time, or Gran Turismo 7 being Gran Turismo 7. You can bet that something would probably go wrong with the game, or, you know, you get a horrible restart bug where it basically starts some people under blue flags, and oh, it's a nightmare. No, we're definitely not closing down that R32, and that's going to make it an extremely close championship, because I think that car's won the most races. Oh, don't worry, you'll probably be surprised how many other people are extremely annoying. Obviously, I mean that as a joke. I've known these guys for years now. We're all annoying. Yeah, I mean, it's a different vibe when you league racing with a bunch of people, you know, it's more laid back, you know, you get to know each other on a much better level. Jamie, was it you when the World Series was on that sent me the picture of the live stream? I can't remember who put that in. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Oh, I think this might be the last round as well. Oh, we're just going to have to go for it and just hope we can pull off some magic. Ah, fair enough. I know someone did, because we were trying not to laugh. Okay, so the biggest rival is the Supra. So if that can just stay where it is, that'd be a fantastic help if we can get past it. And then it's just a case of hoping that the GTR doesn't get enough. But I think P2, if the Supra stays P3, we get P2, oh sorry, P4, should I say, it would be. And we get P2, we should be okay. I absolutely hate that. Okay, there we go. Supra pretty much wrecking us there. I think P2, and that should be a win for us. As long as these two cars stay where they are. It'll take pressure off the Supra, and it's spun again under braking, obviously. Oh, so frustrating. Okay, two wheel there. Nice. Okay, we're just going to have to get elbows out. Yeah, we're going to be back behind the Supra in no time if this thing messes up through that awful chicane section. Then we should be all good. Looks like the Subaru's taking the lead as well, though. That's surprising. It didn't mess up, but we did. I knew that one was coming. Only 3 laps. I don't know if we're going to be able to save this. Looking like Super. Every single car's getting knocked about through there. It's just a shame they can recover off of walls much quicker than we can. Yeah, I've seen an extreme mate here. Okay, let's just see if we can make anything happen on this final lap. I think P3 might be enough with the Subaru leading, so we could still take the win here. I think it's like a 4-point gap between the GTR and us. So we're just going to take it nice and steady through this section, even if I lose a bit of time. Okay, nice, we're gaining. We're just going to throw it down the inside. Let's get some dirty tactics in there and just hope that it sticks and the car goes well through this section. So again, we're just going to take our time, get through that corner. And here comes one of the trickiest parts of this track. Is this last sector. It's not great for the Dodge. I think the GTR is going to have the pace there. I don't think we're going to catch it in time. I think that's the final race. Oh, not enough. Yeah, basically, yeah. Oh, it was level. No way. And it's going to count the Supra as winning that. Is there another round or is that it? Is that going to be it? Yeah, I've got a feeling that's going to be it. I think it's going to give us P2 there. That's so frustrating. Oh, man. Yeah, see, silver. Oh, that is so annoying. What else do we have here? I think it's mainly just some of the long races. What's the mega speed one? Test scores, high speed ring, high speed ring. Okay. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Let's see what top speed cars we have. The only car I can think that might be able to do it would be the Viper GTS that we have. I'm pretty sure that thing has some ridiculous top speed. We'll see. Let's just let's see if we can take a win here. Nice, nice. 1 minute, let's have a look at the entry list. 900 brake horsepower. Okay, there is no way. There is no way we're going to win that. Jesus. Okay. See, I really don't want to have to go and repeat championships here. So, how much is an R33 in this game? Or an R32? Can we get one from the used car dealership? In fact, can we sell off any of the cars we don't need? I don't think we need that anymore. Can we sell them? I think I have to get in it, don't I? In this one. So if we get in the car, head over to Mitsubishi, used car, sell 5,000. Yeah, okay, we'll just get rid of that. What other cars do we have? I wanna keep that. See, I don't think that car's going to be much use to us. That one definitely isn't going to be. So we're going to try and sell that. Nissan, used car, sell. Wow, 12,000 credits. I don't think the SVX is going to be much use, so we'll go and sell that to Subaru. 12,000 credits again. How much do race cars sell for in this game? So if we get in that, because I don't think I'm going to need a Subaru again. So let's see if we just does it have a set price? 12,000. Even with the upgrades, it's a set price. Oh yeah, I remember these days. Okay, I'm not selling the car for that. Let's see if I don't think the Del Sol is going to be much use to us, truthfully. As much as I absolutely love the look of that thing, let's see if we can sell it to Honda. 12,000. Right, okay, I'm not selling it for that. So selling cars isn't going to really get us anywhere. Let's just go and see if we can get a second-hand Nissan and put some pretty big upgrades on it. So used car, buy. Okay, 220. I still don't think that's much when it comes to upgrading cars, truthfully. There's an R34 there for 22. Will it have enough upgrade potential? I feel like it could. Oh, okay, hold on a minute. What about Toyota? Can we get a Supra for cheap? Okay, I didn't want to sell, obviously. 25, 23, 22. Ooh. Is the RZ the only one that we have in game? I'm pretty sure it is. Let me just check the new car lineup. Yes, it is. Okay, I think we're going to buy the Supra on the used car dealer. We're just going to buy the cheapest one, which would be that one. Yes, that's fine. We'll buy that. We'll then go to TRD. First thing I want to do is put some racing soft tires on it. And now we need to put a ton of power, so gearbox. We'll just put a semi-racing on it, just to keep prices down. Clutch. Go for the twin. Flywheel. Semi-racing. And the carbon drive shaft. Okay, that's the gearbox sorted. Definitely want to reduce some of that weight. How expensive? Okay, it's not too bad. So let's just take the weight out. Yeah, I believe the oil change in the older games did. I don't think you can on this one actually. But yeah, in the older games you used to chuck an oil change on and make it quicker. Suspension. Let's just go. We'll just go. Let's go semi-racing just to keep the prices down. We're mainly looking for power. If it's going to be a high-power race, sport brakes, they're cheap enough, and then we can focus on putting some major power down on this car. $116,000 credits. Do have turbo. Intercooler. Relatively cheap. Nice little power boost. Turbo kit. Can we stage 4 on this one? Yes, we can. 847 brake horsepower. 72,000 credit. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. Engine. Did we do the computer? Yes, we did. Okay, we're almost entirely broke. I don't think we can put any more parts on. I think, did we do everything? Okay, this is going to be one ridiculous car, I have a feeling. So let's go back to, I mean, they were putting out nearly 900 brake horsepower. I don't know if this is going to beat it. If not, we're about to go broke. We're going to have to go grinding races, which I just really don't want to do. Start qualifying. Yeah, we'll just skip it. Right now, we'll go for it. We'll do it. I knew it would get caught back on the wall there. That is going to be way off the pace. I just have a really bad feeling about that one. Okay, no it wasn't. So that's something. Thank you for the channel membership, Tony. Appreciate it, mate. Okay. How many laps is this going to be? Hopefully it's quite short. Appreciate it, Jamie. Okay, 2 laps. And obviously the 4-wheel drive cards are absolutely gone. The Honda looks quick as well. Okay, the car just lifted on 2 wheels there. Yeah, absolutely incredible physics, mate. Okay, this thing's just... As soon as I put the power down... Oh, fantastic. Yeah, okay, we're going to have to lift off there to stop the car bouncing again. Right, let's see if we can gain... Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the NSX, probably my absolute favourite car of all time. That, you know, that original NSX is just something seriously cool. And I think the fact, you know, it was one of the original supercar killers. Impressive. And there we go, race win. Nice and easy there. We will have to go to high speed ring backwards, which is a good thing, really, if we've just won that. The one I'm worried about is the next race. That is on the test course, which if you've... I'm sure most of you know it, but it's just one huge oval. A little bit like Special Stage X, but not as big, I'd say. It doesn't feel as big. I don't really want to have to mess around with the gearings because it's just an awful menu system in this game, but who knows? We're gonna probably skip the qualifying because it made no difference really on the race start. You know, the Honda pulled very well. The 4-wheel drive GTR absolutely shot off. So we're gonna skip that and just hopefully have enough top speed. Okay, we're topping out already. That's not a good sign. I really didn't want to have to extend the gears. But looking like the GTR doesn't have the top speed either. So if we can get ahead of that, that's a good thing. The Honda is all over the place. And I believe that is the Mitsubishi GTO. Okay, now we're just going to bounce off the rev limiter forever. But we do have... Okay, no, we don't have the higher speed than the Honda. They're just incredibly unstable through there. So we're going to go around the outside once again. Hopefully gap it enough. That GTO definitely the quickest in terms of straight line speed, apart from maybe the Honda. That thing seems to have really good top end. But you're just going to have to put up with the annoying sound of bouncing off the rev limiter, because again I am not going into the settings to mess with that gear ratio. No idea what car that is. I'm pretty sure that is into the Subaru or something. There's some weird looking thing which seems to be going incredibly quick. I'm actually needing to look up what that car is because I didn't have a clue when I passed it. It looked incredibly quirky. Okay, the Honda, yep, the Honda definitely has incredible top speed. We're just going to sit on the inside line. GTR, okay, the Honda's on 2 wheels. Let's see if we can just get pushed along here. Okay, that sent him into the barrier. That works in our favour, and that should secure, yeah, there we go, secure P2. So that puts us in a good way, of course, for high speed ring. So what was it? Cosmo 20B Type E. Is that Mazda? Do you know, I think I've finally found a car that I've never heard of. Okay, next session. This is, I believe, the final race. I think it's only 3 races here. High speed ring, reverse, if I'm not wrong. I don't know. Should we do qualifying? Yeah, okay, let's just put a lap in. At least if we start near the front, there's less to go wrong. We should have the jump on some of the cars. Definitely P5 and P6 seem to struggle in that race. Lots of spin as we go through the gears. So while we're on a bit more of a relaxed lap, again, just want to give a massive shout out to everybody that's obviously subscribed during the stream, and everyone that's purchased obviously the memberships recently, any donations and such, and obviously you guys that have been joining me since the beginning of the stream. Appreciate it. It's always nice to talk more on a, you know, more personal level instead of just through like the beginning and end of videos and such. Again, just lets me get to know my audience a bit better. So yeah, massive appreciation to you all. Pole position, that puts us in a good way. Yeah, I did think of that. I mean, the only Cosmo I know is the older one. I didn't know they kind of use that nameplate after that. Nice, nice. Wait, it came in automatic only, and it's doing that speed. I mean, funny how that thing had an awful start, an awful pace, you know, during that qualifying there, yet it just kind of caught up to everything throughout the test track race. So let's see if we can get a championship in the bag here. Should give us a nice few credits. And now we do have our hands on the Supra. Okay, the L33 is gone again. Just block the RX-7 there. Hopefully the car we get for this is interesting. I've got a feeling it's not going to be great considering the, you know, shorter length of this championship, but hopefully it's something that we can use elsewhere in the game. I feel like Gran Turismo 1 did a great job of giving you prize cars that are actually useful in other sections of the game. Car bouncing everywhere there. Very Gran Turismo physics. definitely think we've got this one in the bag. Especially with the R33 looking like it's beating the GTO there, the only other car to win a race in this championship. And across the line we go. So I think we've definitely took the win in that one. Thankfully. Yeah, nice easy championship that one. That is one ticked off at least. Obviously coming so close in that last championship. Let's see, do we get bonus for that? I'm going to be surprised if it's going to be a decent bonus. I don't think it will be. 30,000. Yeah, okay. A relatively small bonus. I've got a feeling the car is going to be not the most useful, but we'll go and check. We'll go and check. When it loads. So apologies, I just had to mute my mic for a second there, but I am back. Nah, man, I just had to mute some background noise going off there. Okay, that bouncing off the rev limiter is so annoying. But it is what it is. Yeah, apologies for having to mute my mic. There was some background noise starting that I could hear. So I thought it best just to be muting that. Unfortunately, when you have a window open in the UK, you can guarantee that something will just start going off. Okay, that actually helped us get going again. Okay, so we're pulling out a nice lead here. I genuinely think we could be in a position to get these races done. Well, these two championships, should I say. Which would be nice if we can get those done in tonight's stream. And then, of course, move on to the endurance races tomorrow. We'll have the 2 at Tokyo, of course. And then I think I'll probably try and purposely finish out with the 300 kilometers of Grand Valley for being sort of the first proper endurance race in the Gran Turismo series. So we'll finish off with that one. Supra working well though, which is nice to see. We've got a healthy gap. And there we go, we'll finish up race 1 with a nice easy first place. In fact, probably too easy, but I'm not too bothered. Okay, so since I've unmuted, can I just get a quick mic check just to make sure that that's working now? Grand Valley. Do I really want to qualify here? No. I think we'll skip the qualifying for this one. I mean, 5 laps of this race is going to be an absolute nightmare. So before I do that, I might go and take 5. Yeah, nice one, mate. Nice one. Yeah, there was just a bunch of background noise going on. Well, just started, and I thought, well, that's going to interrupt the stream, and I refuse to shut the window because it's just too hot in this room. But I am going to literally just go get a quick drink and stuff like that, and then I will come back and we'll have 5 laps of Grand Valley up in front of us. But we should be able to take a nice easy win there. And again, we'll get this championship finished off. Hopefully go back and get the other one done as well before 9 PM. And then that'll leave us with the endurance races for tomorrow. So I'll be back in just a few moments' time. So, hopefully we're back and hopefully it doesn't freeze up. So, I'll just wait until this stream catches up on this side of things and then I'll be able to see if it's frozen or not. Should share my carry tune. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, mate. The only reason I say that is because, you know, that tune's kind of just my tune for it, really. And it's what I run in the league. So maybe when that season's done, I'll share it for the second one. But let's just check that it's caught up. So let's just do a quick flick. Make sure the game's not froze, just because it has a habit of doing it. So just gotta wait on this side of things. Hopefully it doesn't. Although I do have a feeling it might have done. Okay, no. Okay, we're still working, so that's good. Fantastic. But yeah, I mean, one thing that I do want to look at doing is definitely doing the streams a bit earlier, more kind of daytime for sort of my core audience. But that will probably be in a couple of weeks' time. I don't know if I'm going to get time to stream next week, which is a shame because I want to do these much more regular, maybe 3-4 times a week. Some in the day, maybe some a bit later on. I think the more rewind stuff that I'm doing is probably stuff that I'll do more nighttime-ish or sort of evening, because these kind of streams are a bit more laid back. Yeah, you're right on that one, Tony. You're absolutely correct, mate. Oh, nice, nice. The Evo giving us a bit of a bash there. Okay, every car pretty much on 2 wheels. The problem is in GT1, when you start bouncing on 2 wheels, it doesn't stop. And again, I'm a little bit on edge driving this car around here for that exact reason, because the brakes are awful. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll make up some time. Join Team Audi. Absolutely not, mate. I think originally when we did the randomizer for the league, I ended up with Genesis until people decided that they wanted me to do it again because they didn't think I did it for a randomizer. So people ended up with the team they're in now. So I mean, I'm quite happy. Obviously, Tony's my teammate for the season. You know, reliable teammate, can't beat it. And obviously, you pair are definitely the ones to watch. And one of you guys will end up in the faster cars next season. So definitely an interesting watch. Obviously, got to make a few changes for the next couple of rounds just because of, you know, certain cars such as the McLaren being impossible for people like Jason to see out of him in VR. So, thinking we're going to give him the Peugeot, and then the Mazda being rotary just doesn't need to pit, which makes it a bit unfair for the Group 3 vehicles and the rest of Group 1. Okay, the car just really doesn't like that corner. The Alpine's terrible. It's not too bad. it's really not as bad as people like to make it out to be. It's just a much more specific, track-specific car, should I say. But again, it sort of sits in the same category as sort of the Dodge Group 1 Tomahawk, and yeah, it is a much more track-specific version of that car. So sometimes it'll work absolutely perfect, other times it's just not great. At Le Mans, it was incredibly quick. So it's mainly going to be, again, more of a speed track car, like we see with stuff like the Genesis and such. But in terms of just overall, I mean, that Audi is incredibly quick now, for some reason. It never used to be that fast, from what I remember. Let's see if we can just get past the Evo with straight line speed, which we can. See if we can catch up with these pair. I believe that's the Honda. And I cannot remember the other car. Probably a GTR. Get the Honda going incredibly wide there. Ooh. So we're just going to bump off the Honda there. Yeah, I love Cadillac as a manufacturer. It is a shame that they're not in game. So the Mazda coming through the grid quite nicely there. That might help us out in the long run. Struggling to get the power down in this Supra. Feels incredibly unstable. So as long as we can hold off the Honda, and I'm assuming the Mazda, yeah, then we should be all good to get a P2 here, which will be a decent enough result, really. I don't think we're going to have enough drive out the corner or top speed to be able to catch the lead car there. Again, I'm pretty sure it is a GTR, but Maybe the R32 Nismo. Yeah. So there we go. Not too bad in the end there. That car is second in the championship, so not too bad. 3-point gap going into the next round. Yeah, as much as I love Grand Valley, I feel like it improved over time, especially when it comes to, you know, the Gran Turismo games, apart from GT7 obviously, but in terms of the original, it feels much better in the other games. I don't think we're going to do qualifying here because I'm confident enough we can probably take a decent enough win here. So let's go ahead and get this race started. I believe this is going to be round 3 of 5. If we can take a win here or a good finish, it's mainly a win. And hope the Nismo doesn't perform too well, then we should be all good. It is starting a little bit back by the look of it. And it's going to be straight into P1 by the first corner. Yeah, so four-wheel drive cars are going to be incredibly strong. Here, hopefully we have the top speed to chase it down on that big straight and we don't lose too much time. The Honda gives us a nice little bash there. Just going to bounce off the Honda again. Okay, we were, and then we got caught on the side there. So definitely not a race for us, this one. Advantage to the Nismo. Yeah, knew that was going to happen. Might need to have to look into sorting the car out here. I wonder if we can adjust the downforce and the brakes. We can basically just recover any positions at this point. Well, that'll be a bonus, because I've got a feeling the Nismo has easily won this race. I was hoping it would get caught up behind the rest of the grid, but unfortunately not. So we're going to grab at least one position back there, but I think all the other ones are probably way out of reach now. That spin just really messing everything up for us. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the new Grand Valley. Don't get me wrong, it looks great, and it arrived alongside VR, which is kind of makes sense. So one more lap to just try and stay ahead of the 6th place car there. Definitely not the result we wanted, but again, 4-wheel drive cars are just ruling that this mid sector here. It's just way too easy for them to just keep that stability. P5, definitely a disappointing result, that one. Put us at a massive disadvantage. And then Nismo again just taking first place there. Puts it 4 points ahead of us. Definitely not the best look. So just going to drop the ride height down a bit. See if that helps out. Let's see if we can just I don't think that's going to allow us to adjust them. No, it doesn't. Okay. So really the only hope we've got here is that we can make the car work for us. Probably a huge disadvantage with this one. We're just going to skip the qualifying. It's almost pointless. So let's see if we can salvage something here. We need a good points finish, and we need to hope that the GTR isn't up there. I've got a feeling though it's going to be. Unfortunately not. They weren't editable. I think it's just a racing transmission, which is editable on this one. At least when I was pressing the button it weren't letting me. So the GTR almost instantly is going to try and get itself up in P1 there. Not if we've got anything to do with it. Hopefully that drops it back to the Mazda. If we can just hold him up a bit. And then hopefully it just gets caught in the traffic there. And that allows us to hopefully take a win here. And if the car wanted to stay stable for a bit. So the GTR definitely dropping back a bit there. So if we can get the car to behave for a bit, take a win and not get rammed in by the Mazda there, which we did. Okay, the GTR looking like it might be making a move on the NSX here, which is not good for us. Just putting the power down on this absolute monster is definitely hurting us. Obviously we can't adjust the downforce either without the racing mods, and we can't go back now, so I mean, what's this, round 4 or 5? We're going to need something big in that last round and hope that the GTR drops. At the minute it's working in our favour, I believe. I think the GTR is a bit further down the grid, but never say never. I've got a feeling that GTR might start coming through. It's currently in P5, which is in reality a reverse of what happened with us in the last race. But we did have a point advantage before that. We should be able to regain it here as long as we do take a win. Third gear. Try and put the power down there. The rear end just kicking out, but we've got a nice enough gap that we can sort of go on without taking too many risks. I mean, Autumn Ring, absolutely awesome track. I think when it comes to the original Gran Turismo 1 original tracks, they did a great job of making them all feel different. And don't get me wrong, Autumn Ring, at least in this version of it, wasn't the most, you know, unique layout, but it had enough there that it made it stand out as, you know, its own track. Nothing really looked the same, apart from maybe the sort of Tokyo ones. You know, 5 and 11, whilst, yeah, they're different, they're pretty much taking place on the exact same circuit. So, really, they're the only ones that actually feel like each other. So it's still Mazda behind us, Evo P3. Hopefully the Honda maintains P4 over the GTR. Which it has, so that's good. You know, some dirty tactics to begin with, but as long as it keeps the Nismo back there, then we're not too worried. It should put the advantage back in our favour, but it just depends on the final track, which I believe is Route 11. It pretty much always is Route 11. So, final few corners then. Just try and keep it nice and steady. Still got the Mazda there. Hopefully we still got the Honda in front of the Nismo. There we go, we're going to take victory at Autumn Ring. Nice one. Advantage Supra again. What was the last game this track was in? I believe 6. GT6 was the last one it was in. If I remember, it was Autumn Ring that was shown off on the track maps trailer of GT7. And it didn't arrive. Or was that Apricot Hill? I think that might have been Apricot. But I think GT6, I'm pretty sure it was in that game. It's been a while since I even went back to 6, but I'd say it was definitely more prominent in the earlier titles for the game. I remember it mainly through, you know, the PlayStation 1 era. But yeah, here we go, Route 11 on the reverse layout. Truthfully, I'm not going to bother with the qualifying. We're just going to skip that, and we're just going to go for it and hope we can pull off a victory here. I genuinely think the GTR is going to be really good here in comparison to us. And I can't even... Let's just set the starting lineup. Okay, so the Nismo is starting in third. We're on 26 points. We just need a bit of a gap. It's not going to stay there. I know that. It's definitely not going to stay there. So let's hope for the best and hope we can take victory here and just get enough points. I think as long as we're in front of the Nismo at the end, we should be all good. So we're off to a decent enough start. Looking like we're going to be able to get the edge on all of the cars really into the first corner. Apart from maybe the GTR, we're just going to dive bomb it and hope we can then hold on as we take a nudge there from the GTR. So it's dropped back into P3. As long as we're in front of that car, we should be all good. So hopefully it gets held up. We're just going to bounce off these guys again. That allows the Honda to go through. Not too big of a deal. And then of course we've got this awful section on the underpass coming up very, very shortly. Absolute make or break through there. So into left-hander, car bouncing absolutely everywhere. So let's see if we can just take it nice and steady. Yep, we're going to slap that. Knew that was coming, and that's going to allow the Nismo through. Take a nice little nudge into the barrier there from, I think, the Evo. But we definitely have the speed, so we're just going to bounce off the Nismo again. Okay, that's worked in our favour. We just stopped it dead. So he can stay there now, and we can just carry on nice and slowly there, and or not, because this Supra really doesn't want to drive like a normal car. So I'm going to pass them easily on the straight. So there we go. P2. I think the Mazda's leading. Yeah, I agree, I agree. Okay, way too much power down with no feedback through the triggers. Just feels horrible. But as long as we're in close distance, it's not too bad because we can get them on the straights. And by the look of it, the rest of the field is dropping away a bit. So just these cars, myself included, up at the front. So apart from that Honda that likes to keep ramming us through every opportunity. So let's just try and get through here a bit cleaner now. So I'm going to slow it right down. I'm just going to let him through. Oh, we got caught on the wall there. Luckily the Evo's still ahead of, I think, the GTR behind it. Okay, I thought that was the final corner. Completely forgot about it. And then once again, we're just going to catch on the straight. And then that's going to allow us just to defend again for another lap here. So just a few more laps to go and we should have this one in the bag. Apart from 800 horsepower, putting that down with wonky geometry is never easy. say, the car just locking up there. And then the Honda going past, but that doesn't matter too much. That one really throws me off. I keep thinking it's the final corner every time and it's not. Still not a huge fan of this track. I don't think I ever will be. Special stage Route 11. Just not my cup of tea. Okay, definitely more of a, you know, high gear lap here, just trying to keep it nice and steady. Definitely don't have the kind of confidence through there to take the risk. Luckily, we only have one more time to go through there. God, as soon as that turbo kicks in, it's really spinning up the rear of this car. Okay, the Honda's caught us up there. No matter though, because we are in front of it going into the final lap, so at least it's the Honda that's there and nothing else. I don't think anything else is going to catch it. So I think that's got a relatively, you know, we've got a relatively secure top 3 finish at a minimum. But somehow we've managed to catch the Mazda here. Just going to try and see if we can get P1. Why not? Just definitely don't have the grip that the Mazda does. So if we can just bounce off him, that'd be fantastic. The only issue is I just don't want him driving into the back of us through that awful underpass, because that will mess a lot of things up. Okay, the car just moving over there. So we are going to be looking like we're going to be leading into that section, which is a bit risky, especially because we're going to be much slower. But we survive it, so there we go. That is the big roadblock passed. The only other part I'm worried about is this final section, where our car is just not stable whatsoever. Looking like we have a bit of a gap over the Honda now for sure. Definitely dropping away a bit. But then again, the Mazda doesn't seem to be on the same pace that it was on, so not quite sure what's going on there. That awkward last corner. Oh, there we go. It bounces off. I think this might allow us to get a win here going into the final corner. And it is going to be as well. We do take victory, so that is even more secure. I definitely think we've got that championship in the bag there. There's no way we can lose it. It'd be interesting to see the final standings if the Honda or the Mazda did manage to jump the Nismo. Because the Nismo having an awful race there, coming in P5 once again. So it kept second position, but it was 10 points back in the end. The Mazda moving up nicely there. The NSX just kind of there, and then the Evo and the poor Chaser in last there. But we do take victory in that championship, I believe. I think that's all of the races done. We'll get a nice little bonus there. Credits building up nicer once again, almost at 300k. Huge thank you. Appreciate that. And there we go. We should get a nice bonus. I think it's 100 grand on top, so that'll take us upwards of yeah, there we go. Oh, almost 400k in credits, plus we should get a car as well. So it'll be interesting to see what car we get for that. I'm assuming it was probably going to be a road car, given the fact that it was a tuned championship. Probably going to be one of these special tuned vehicles, but we'll go and have a look. Okay, fair enough. That is a terrible reward for that. What I might do there is just sell it. To be honest, I don't think we've got a need for that car. Great car. I'm not going to say it's not, but definitely not a worthy reward there for last off. So we'll just get rid of that. Now that leaves us with a predicament. The Supra is definitely the quickest car in the game, and I think that's out of our price range. If we go to the special model, yeah, 500k for the Supra. I mean, we could definitely do with that car to take victory there. See, we've got the RX-7 and the Chaser. I feel like the Chaser could be quite a good pick. Maybe a bit more stable than the Dodge. How much does the Aston Martin sell for? Because I don't think I've really got a need for that either. Aston Martin, there we go. 12,000 credits. Okay, I'm not even going to sell it for that. It's not worth my time. Okay, what's the power on the Del Sol? 563. The Viper is quite a bit, I think. 680. 570. 655. Which one weighs less? Do we think the Chaser could do it? I don't know. I mean, we've got one more championship here. Could we not just sell the Dodge? Do we get any decent money for this? Let's have a look. 41. See, it's going to take a lot to be able to get the credits we need for that Supra. I feel like if we purchase the Supra, we're going to be in a good position. Let's just get rid of some of these cars then. See if we can hopefully get enough to get the money we need. Okay, that right there is enough for the Supra, but I'm thinking if we can get enough for the tyres as well, then it's almost a guaranteed victory, surely. How much are the tyres? I think they're about 16k. So that might be enough. I think we're going to just buy the Supra, regardless of where we can win it. So there you go. We're absolutely broke. Just go purchase some tyres. Okay, we already have the softs on it. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's fair enough. That will do us. I think that should be enough to take victory. I mean, we're just going to fight fire with this one. It's definitely not... I don't feel it's as long as the last championship, so... With it only being, what, 2 or 3 laps per race? Yes, there's 6 of them, but it's not too bad. So, start qualifying. We're a high-speed ring. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about qualifying. What I do want to look at is the starting lineup. So we've got the GTO twin turbo, Honda Accord. There's no Supra. I think we can do this. It'll be interesting to see how quick the GTO is. So here we go. Last championship before we get to endurance races, and we will do those tomorrow. We've absolutely disappeared from those. It's looking like it's going to be GTO, GTR and the Supra in terms of race victories here. Speed 1 is definitely going to be more catering towards that GTO, but obviously we know that there's a lot of horsepower in the GTR as well. So we're at a disadvantage here, but we do have a lot better grip. Really nice performance. Hopefully this car can carry us through the rest of the game now. As much as I'd love to get the FTO. The FTO LM is just incredible. So there we go, plenty of horsepower on the GTR. I love the fixed wing variant on this version of the Supra. I think it looks absolutely awesome. So looking like we might actually be able to beat the, I'm assuming that's the GTO. Excuse me. Look like we might actually be able to beat him, which is always a good thing. Obviously with that iconic, well now iconic livery on it. Much more stable than the Viper we used the first time. Nudge our way past, and that's going to give us a solid victory for the first race, hopefully. Definitely a race where I wouldn't have thought the Supra would have had the advantage, but sets us up nicely for the more technical tracks. So there we go. Evening, Glenn. Evening. P1 in the first race, off to the start that we need. It'll be nice to watch that GTR and the GTO, because I think they're the only cars really that can do anything in this championship. I don't think the other cars really stand a chance. So next session then, we're not going to bother with qualifying again. Nice one, Glenn. Trial Martin, I believe. Yeah, I think we took a win here when we used the Dodge a couple of hours back. So I'm assuming we can do the exact same here with our Supra. So I'm not really worried about the first 3 vehicles. I don't think they're going to do too much. It is mainly going to be that GTO and GTR. Looking like the GTO did take pole, but the GTR trying to make the move there. But we'll try and chase them down. Surprising how good that Mitsubishi GTO really is. Oh, we took a little bit of a hit there, but looking like both of them are a little bit more unstable. It'll be interesting to see how quick they are down the tunnel straight. Obviously much more elevate, much more in terms of elevation there on this version of Trial Mountain. Believe if you hit it fast enough you can lift off, so there you go, a little bit of air time there. So really all cars quite equally matched there down the straights, so hopefully the Supra just has that extra stability. Definitely has the acceleration, really good out of corners, and it is locking up but should be easy enough to catch. Yes, it is. GTR now getting into the battle as well with the Mitsubishi there. We're going to take P2 and we're going to absolutely fly through this final corner here. Ooh, a bit too quick, but still P1. If we can take some early victories in this championship, then it's going to allow us to just, you know, relax more towards the end of it. Because, admittedly, I don't want the pressure of having to do this for a third time. So if we can just take some early victories, I can then, you know, hold it back a bit in the last few races, keep it nice and clean. Looking like we've already built up a nice gap there, so it's going to put us in a good position for the second half of this specific race. Just keep it nice and steady. So we go into the left-hander. Try and be a bit more steady through there this time. GTO definitely rubber banding towards us there as we get it all wrong. Getting airborne there. I think we're probably going to lose a position there, so hopefully not to the GTR. So let's see if we can get anything done to make up a couple of these positions. Excuse me. Obviously, all of these cars pretty equal in a straight line. It's mainly going to be, hopefully in the corners, an acceleration where we can catch the GTO and get first place back. But I don't know how confident I'm feeling about that now as we end up going across the grass. A couple more corners to go. And no, unfortunately, no, I don't think we're going to catch the Mitsubishi there. So we're just going to have to settle for P2. Definitely getting thrown off on them curbs earlier on, as we do again there. Hopefully we don't drop behind the G. Oh, we did. We dropped to third. Oh, man. That's rough. So what seemed like an incredibly laid-back win has just absolutely fell apart there on the final lap. Advantage to the GTO. Let's see where we are next. We've got 4 more races to go, and I really want to get this one won so we can just do the endurance races, or, you know, longer races tomorrow for that stream. So where are we? Grand Valley Speedway. Feeling pretty confident here. Maybe not so much on the straight. I think the GTO is going to be easily the quickest car there. That thing seems to have, although it's quite equal on the uphill section through the tunnel at Trial Mountain, overall it does seem to have better top speed than both the GTR and myself on more kind of level ground. So we're going to get past these cars first. For some reason, is that the Nissan in P2? Not the GTR Nissan, the other one. It's going to soon drop back though. Yeah, back to the standard GTR battle. And we do really need to get this one won. But again, that GTO just so fast. So sitting quite nicely here in P2. I'm pretty confident that we're going to get the GTO at some point during this race, as long as we can keep it clean through this final section. Which we do, and in fact we get a much better run out the corner than the GTO, surprisingly so. It'll be interesting to see if that thing catches us up with its top speed, but no, it's incredibly slow through there as well, and that allows us into P1. But we said it at Trial Mountain that we had a relatively, hopefully a laid back victory, and it backfired as we ended up P3. But hopefully this time around it's a bit different. Now preferably the GTR would have beaten the GTO, so we'll still be, I think, second in the standings, just on outright positions, or we might be level, but I've got a feeling we'll still be a point or so behind, which means that the pressure will still be on to take at least one more win before we get a bit of breathing room. Because I don't think anything else on this grid is necessarily going to top that GTO apart from this Supra. It would be nice if the GTR did manage to beat it at the next round though, but I don't necessarily think it will. Just trying to keep it clean here. I think no matter what, the GTO is going to be second as long as we don't mess up. So definitely going to be a bit of pressure in the next round, and that'll be round 4 of 6. Again, the main goal for tonight was to, you know, finish up the sort of little championships before we get into the big races. And this is the final hurdle. We've already done it once and we ended up level on points actually in the Viper, and lost to this car that we're driving now. We've then gone back, got the credits we needed, purchased a Supra, finished off all the other championships, and we're ready to hopefully take victory this time. And then we'll be ready to go tomorrow with those endurance races, and we'll finish up, of course, with 300 kilometers of this track right here, Grand Valley. Just a fitting end really. 60 laps of this track we will be doing, as well as the special stages. Nice victory there. So we're either going to be level on points or just a point or so behind it. In fact, no, funnily enough, we are 1 point ahead now, so I am not complaining. That eases the pressure a bit, but we still need to beat that car. We're pretty much going to have to win every race because I don't think that GTO can lose to the GTR, and I just genuinely don't, you know, I just don't think anything else can beat it. So, round, what's this, 4? Special stage, Route 5, 3 laps. Be done in the blink of an eye, this one. So here we go then. Let's see where the other cars are starting. Probably going to be a very typical grid. Yeah, GTO, pole. Then we've got the R32. And very typical once again. Looking like, to be honest, the R32 could be strong here, which could work in our favour if we can beat the GTO. And if we can win it, then that puts us in a very good place for the remaining races. I don't necessarily think we have the car that will win here. In fact, we've got a bit of a surprise, I think, Toyota. So the R32 proving to be actually quite good there. We're past the GTO. It's going to give us a little nudge. That's going to kick the rear end out, but we've held it and we might even be able to move in front of the GTR. So, all being well, if we can get the jump on the GTR and that finishes P2, GTO P3, then we're going to be in a very good position, as the GTO likes to get a bit rough there. That was great. That's really messed up the race. Okay, we are back onto the back of them. Now we know the GTO is going to try and play dirty, so we might just have to do the same back. Much better grip on that GTR. That thing's incredibly quick through that final corner. So, final lap. The GTO. Look at the top speed on that thing. That's just insane. Only a few more corners to go and we take a crucial race victory with that GTR hopefully coming second. That's going to put a nice gap between us and of course the Mitsubishi, which is definitely the standout car, but hopefully the GTR can just hold on for a few more corners, looking like it has. And there we go. Yeah, crazy rubber banding. Yeah, that's a victory that we needed. That puts us in a good standing. Puts the gap at 6 points to the GTO. 2 rounds remaining. Let's go and get these done. Mop up for the night. Deep Forest. This one's going to be a relatively quick round, so we're just going to skip the quali once again when it loads, and we're going to get straight into the race. I think the final round might be at Route 11 here. Again, if we can take a victory, which at least in terms of AI car roster that we had last time, they were pretty weak here. Might not be the case this time with the GTO, but I expect maybe the GTR to be quite strong here. It was, at least the red one was last time. So again, that could help us out. Looking like it's going to try and make the move into turn 1, which it is, and into P1 the GTR goes. So again, gives us a nice opportunity to hopefully get more points advantage over it. And then I'm going to just monitor exactly how the points work to see really how I need to race next time. I don't think we can really get lower than maybe P3, P4 at a push, even on a worst case scenario. So we'll just go up the inside of the GTO. I don't care. I just want to get this championship done. GTR definitely massive advantage here in terms of pace. Again, just like the previous one, when we had a GTR there, that's where it really showed its performance. But a race win would have been nice here, would have pretty much absolutely secured this. But looking like we're not going to be able to catch that here. That's that GTR. The GTO incredibly hot into there. Okay, the GTO dropped back quite a bit there. We gained a nice bit of time through that lap. GTO is definitely the standout car here. If I can beat it, again, we're in an almost unbeatable situation going into the final round. Sort of takes every bit of pressure off of us. But I don't think I'm going to be able to. Just really, really good performance there by the GTR. Seeming to be the standout car of this second half of the championship. But we do get a nice drive out there. Surprisingly able to keep with it. A bit of contact there, and that's going to result in a spin. The GTO goes by. So a little bit like a Tri Martin there. Things just not going quite to plan. But yeah, we can definitely get past this GTO. It's not too quick here. And as long as we're in front of it, it's a lot less worrying. So I'm going to try and figure out the points for each place and just see where we can sort of be at a minimum. I think even if we were absolutely awful for a round, we would still end up at least, I think, maybe P4. Because as you can see, some of these cars just nowhere. Those last 2 positions, 5th and 6th. So mathematically, P4 will be the absolute worst position we can get. Eight-point advantage. Both of them now joint on points. I think we've pretty much got this one in the bag. Excuse me. So, yeah, we should be able to get this one pretty much done. Just cruise around. I mean, the worst place finish we can get is... There's going to be at least a few points on the board there. So, special stage route 11 once again. Shame. Skip the qualifying. Then we'll get into this final race. What I believe is the final race. I'm pretty sure this is round 6 of 6. I mean, what have we had so far? High speed ring, Tri Mountain, Grand Valley, Route 5, Deep Forest, and then 11. So here we go. I think this is going to be a pretty comfortable race. I think as long as we stay P3, don't make any stupid mistakes, then we're all good. Those pair, of course, are basically fighting it out for P2 as long as I stay here. I think the GTR probably has the advantage. Thanks, man, thanks. You should really focus on your job, but, you know. Sliding into P2, just going to try and keep it stable through here. The GTR really slow actually, and that's going to allow us to get up into P1. Oh, okay, the GTR just bounced off of there. So thankfully we only have to do 3 laps of this time. Like I said, definitely my least favourite track in Gran Turismo 1. And probably one of my least favourite tracks to really ever exist in Gran Turismo. I mean, stage 5 for me is almost perfect. Even the Clubman stage I really enjoy, but Route 11 just... It feels far too random, or almost like there's no flow, and we're going to spin there. Doesn't matter too much. But it all just feels almost too random of a track layout. It doesn't really make too much sense. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe you people love this track, you know. But for me personally, it's never been one of those standout tracks for me. Look, can you wall ride in this one? Yes, we can. So there you go. We've kind of just helped ourselves there. So just try and keep it clean through there. GTO incredibly slow, and in fact we do wreck him, so yeah, karma. Again, we'll just bounce off the GTR. So survive this lap, and then we have one more to go, and that should be the... Okay, GTR now getting a little bit elbows out, but it is what it is. Just drift in a race car, why not? Oof, okay. That was not too nice to the GTR, definitely getting aggressive. He wants that P2. Okay, last lap. Let's get this thing done, and then we'll be in a position for the... Let's just wall ride again. We'll be in a position for the endurance races tomorrow night. Still just a few more corners to go. Well, second time lucky then. Looks like we've done that one. And I think that's most of the more regular championships done. I think that will just leave us the endurance races tomorrow. So we'll just go through Route 11. That's what track it is. Let's go and see what prizes we get. If it wants to load. And obviously we get the credit scene there. Kicks us out to the main menu. Hopefully it loads back up nicely. There we go. So let's just check these special events that they're done. So yeah, we'll finish off those. And of course we have the GT Hi-Fi. So let's just quickly save this, check the prize car, and then we'll get things finished up there. So there we go then. That's us all finished up, and I will be back tomorrow to stream. Anyway, thank you so much for watching.